Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA, It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11 I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Wilson of Magnify Your Essence, and I am the Fearless Magnified Educator. I am a motivational speaker, an empowerment expert who educates, teaches, guides, empowers, motivates, and inspires women, men, and children of all ages. Helped them to identify their life's purpose and how to break through their own barriers to overcome their number one culprit, fear. I'm the master of positive thinking and being able to strategically align your gifts and your talents with your purpose. My journey to finding your true you, and I want everyone else to find it as well. It's not about me, it's about you. So I've come to learn that to whom much is given, much is required. That's why we're here today. I am the creator of the Magnify Your Essence blog, the Women on the Move's Empowerment Network, the Power Hour Empowerment Series, the Beacons Light Women Retreat, and I host and sponsor the Philadelphia chapter of Survivors with Voices for Moving the Math monthly series, including the Celebrating You Women's Conference. We want to be leaders, right, in our community, and that's very important because I've come to learn that to whom much is given, much is required. As a survivor of sexual child abuse and domestic violence, I am all too familiar with letting things hold you back, as that was once me, where I allowed fear to keep me from moving forward, but not anymore.
At the point to where I'm at now in my life, I'm free. And I want to help as many people as I can, because this is such a wonderful feeling. I want others to be free as well.
So as long as you know that fear doesn't exist, then we're holding you back, right? That's how you can become a leader. That's how you can forgive. I want to equip everyone with the tools that they need in order to break those barriers, press onwards, and move mountains. But this is my passion and my purpose. Fear has no longer become a factor for me, and I want fear to no longer become a factor for you.
It's my time to live. It's my time to fly. My time.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World. Business was steady, but then an influx of new four-legged friends changed everything. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients. The only problem, more appointments, meant he needed more space. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He used his card to furnish a new exam room, and everyone was happy. Built for Dr. Petsworth's business, built for your business, Amex Business.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you.
How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world.
Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Maria Bond of the Media Communication Group. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. And of course, our first speaker for today is Caroline Wilson, the Fearless Magnified Educator. Caroline Wilson is the Fearless and Magnified Educator, a multi-award winning filmmaker, 5-time best-selling author, international motivational speaker, corporate events consultant, event MC and host, business coach, master resiliency training. She offers and transformational health and wellness lifestyle expert, featured on ABC, CBS, Dr. Oz, Huffington Post, and Women's World magazine, just to name a few. I present to you Caroline Wilson.
Hello.
Hello. It's so lovely to be speaking to you today. I'm so motivated when I look at all your material online and, and just follow you and read some of your work. I'm really quite stirred at the moment. I'm quite looking forward to this talk, this discussion.
Yes.
So tell us, Caroline. I mean, goodness gracious me, there's some things that I've read about you where you mentioned your mission is to educate women, men globally on how to overcome fear and to live their lives fearlessly. Now, can you tell us a little bit about your story, please?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for taking the time. I know you're from over in London, so thank you for spending your afternoon with us. It's greatly appreciative, and thank you to the Black Business Expo for putting this together. But my story, it starts in a way of just wanting to understand your purpose in life. I'm a survivor of many things, but it's like you heard my bio, you heard the accolades, and that's not really to impress upon anyone, but it's just to let you know what God can do. I'm a survivor of sexual child abuse by my biological father, and that led to a gamut of things in my life that would basically take people back, allow them to fear the things that are in them, saying, well, I think I can do that, but no, I can't because this happened. Well, I was abused. Well, I was in domestic violence relationships. Well, I was homeless. Well, I was on welfare. Well, I had children. Like all of those narratives really permeates in our spirit, and it translates into everything that we do. It translates into how we show up for our family, how we show up for our businesses, how we show up in our jobs, just how we show up in general. So I really, really wanted to, as I was trying to work on myself, and I asked God, be careful what you ask for, because God will give it to you. It may not be in a bright, pretty bow. Like, here you go. Here's the solve, everything that's solved. And it came to me in a way where I had to really do a lot of introspection and a lot of work on myself to really, truly, as I like to say, release a lot of all of that residue that was on me that truly, Maria, didn't belong to me. Those things were of other people, but I chose to carry them. Once I decided to release those things and let them go, it allowed me to really become more freer. It allowed me to have this whole continence about myself and just everything, where it's like, wait a minute, if I'm feeling like this, it's almost like Oprah. Like, I need you to get this, you to get this, you to get that. I need everyone to really understand the power of when they truly, truly understand their story and their narrative without shame. Joyce Myers has a quote, and I love it. It's like, you can be powerful or pitiful, but you can't be both. And so a lot of times with our stories, with all the things that I just talked about that happened to me, that's the part that I can hold on to and remain pitiful. See, but my bio is my power. Because that's me. That's innately who I am. God has already designed me to be that way. It's just that it was covered by all of the other stuff. And I allowed it to become my narrative. And I made a decision that that's not going to be the way I live the rest of my life. And I want to show other people how once they tap into this power, anything and everything that's destined for them, the world will literally become their oyster. And it's a better place and space to be. I know personally, so I'm not going to tell someone or show someone something that I didn't go through on my own. So
Totally understand that. And it takes great strength to deal with some of these issues, because many people want to hide it, and they want to avoid it, and hopefully it will go away. That's usually the mindset. But
Yeah.
to be able to face it and realize that actually it's about managing fear, managing pain as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
Now, you
no,
said
it is.
it is, yeah. You said something really interesting. You said your bio is your power, and many people are afraid, aren't they, to talk about some things that seem like a stain. What opportunities came out of that? Because obviously, the drastic situations you went through would have deepened your eyes. You would have seen and known, and it would have been something to get together. So what opportunities came out of that then?
Wow. Yeah. Thank you for bringing that up. And that's why I said the world will become your oyster. I literally, in the process. So one of the things that is so interesting, my domestic, well, okay, my abuse from my father was the foundation that led to the domestic violence, right? Statistically, that's usually what happens. And that's what happened in my case. But it's ironic how the power that I gained in the fight that I had to do with my domestic violence scenarios and going to court and just fighting for what was right.
Yes.
That prepared me for my next battle. And that was to address the issues with my father. I had found out, like I said, I prayed for something. I kept asking God, something doesn't match. Like at this point, I had all these other accolades. So of course, that's my business resume. But then of course, I have my professional resume, serving on boards and, having my MBA and, being in leadership. So I have that background as well, right?
Yeah.
But that background that I had didn't match the life that I was living or how I felt because of the other stuff. And I kept praying to God. I said, God, this doesn't make any sense. Here it is, you putting me at the table. I don't understand why I'm at the table, but I'm going to sit at the table and I'm going to pay attention. But you sat me at this table, and I'm at the table with dignitaries and lawyers and officials, and I'm making changes for my city and helping change laws and I'm really doing some monumental things because it was all for me. It was service, because service for me is everything. To whom much is given, much is required. And so I'm in this space and I'm like, well, God, I still feel like this 18-year-old that's how I felt, like that was on welfare, that didn't really have a purpose. But yet you have me in these places and spaces, and I don't understand why. I make it make sense. And so he made it make sense. And it was kind of like, okay, daughter, you asked for this. How bad do you want it? How bad do you want this freedom? How bad do you want this? So he gave it to me on a platter. Once again, it was not in a pretty bow. It was, you've been wondering about your father. You've been wanting to know this questions why. So he presented it to me. He presented it to me in a way that I would not have wanted anyone to have experienced what I had to go back through to readdress. I had buried this stuff, like you talked about. People bury stuff and they don't talk about it. It was 30 plus years. I never talked about it again. I talked about it. I acknowledged it. Okay. I was transparent about it, but I wasn't vulnerable about it. And this made me become vulnerable about the fact that what my father did, he was still doing it. And I found out that he was doing it. And I had to make a choice, because I could have made a choice and said, you know what, my life is good. I have my MBA. My son is going to Princeton. Like, I'm good. I got my supervisor. I don't need to worry about this stuff. But it was in my spirit. It says, no. You have to come forward. You have to make things right. Yes. So you have to make things right, not just for this little girl who, by the way, was my little sister that I never knew existed. But you have to make things right for you, because this is what you asked for. So how bad do you want it? So when I tell you I endured pain, that's pain that no one would really truly want to invoke on themselves. Yeah. But I knew the cost of it. It was my freedom. It was what I asked for. And so that once I went through that, it was, I mean, I got sick. My hair fell out. My hair is like long now, but it was gone because I got so stressed. I almost lost my job, my good government job. Like I almost lost everything. but what I gained was me.
Yes.
That was the sacrifice. And so once I got through that, and then God basically said, okay, so now I need you to show people this. And I need you to meet people where they're at. So then I just started, to be quite honest, in the process of me waiting for this court case to happen and me to face my father, because he was trying to throw me out as a bad witness, but that wasn't the case. And in this process, it was in my spirit to say, well, just go and show people what they can do with their lives. Okay,
Yes.
Starting a business, I did that. Going back to school, oh, I did that as an adult. Volunteering, that was my whole makeup. All the different things that I've done and I have accomplished, even in my mess, God told me to show people how to do this. So I started off doing something called my Power Hour, and I said Women on the Move. And I just went to a library and got a space, and very humble beginnings. I was in this little junky library, and I just invited some people, and we just talked about these things, and I brought some professionals in, and I was like, okay, great. And then people were like, when's the next one? And I'm like, when's the next what? I just did this one time because I needed to kind of put my mind on something else. And to be quite honest, that just it just opened the doors. And I truly believe that when you open the doors to a lot of yeses, the yeses that feel right in your spirit,
yes,
it'll open the doors for something else. And that's literally how it started. Me just having something in the library, just having a little free session for the community, and people showed up and people were like, we want more. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is turning into a thing. And then that thing turned into me doing it for a year. And then that year turned into me doing a conference that is now, I'll be celebrating my 9th year doing this conference, this women's conference, which then turned into me creating a blog, which then turned into my book, my first book, which then turned into my coaching, which then turned into my speaking, which then turned into my film, which then turned into me publishing other books and growing other authors to be best-selling authors, and now international speakers. And then it led to me being on national television. It led to me being a reoccurring guest on a national syndicated show. It allowed me to be on the cover of a world-renowned magazine. So I did not know that that's how it was going to end up.
Yes.
But it ended up because I chose me. And when you choose you open up the doors to the rest of the things that are already in line for you. It was already destined for me. And everything else that's going to come before me is already there. It's just waiting for me to step on the right path. And I couldn't do that if I was still operating in the pity of my story and letting that to stay on me and allowing that to permeate in every aspect and every fiber of my being. And so once I realized that, and I'm like, no. When people finally get that, people truly get that, their lives will be so much better. Their families will be so much better. Their communities will be so much better. Their businesses will be so much better, because it really starts with you. And if I'm the one that God has chosen to send and get this message out, then I take it. I take it. I even told him, I said, use me. And so he's using me.
How amazing, because we talk so much, you hear so much about the wonders of a transformed life, and one that is yielded to God as such, and one people that know thyself. It talks about know thyself, and as the man or woman thinketh, so is she. We hear all these things.
Yes.
But it's you rarely see people that walk in it and actually dominate it. What do you think is the secret to this then, that the core roots of this then that you could say has helped you to break the barriers, to really establish yourself as a businesswoman and walk in the path that you've been chosen to?
Great question. I really do. One of the things and I was just talking with another person the other day. Periodically I do a sister soul check, right? Because there's a lot of people that have gotten me, that have supported me in this journey. Just because of the way, it's one thing to talk about it. Like we always hear, stand in your power, stand in your power. No. You got to walk in it. You have to walk in it. You have to walk in it. You have to not just stand in your power, you have to be in your power. You have to become your power. Like that's what it is. I had to become my power. I had to understand and realize the power that was within me. It was already there. It was just stifled by the other background noise. And once I was able to zone in and really connect with myself, then I was able to connect with my higher power. And for me, it's God. And then that's really how you're able to now, I trust. I just had a conversation with one of my my mentees. And I said, listen, people always ask, well, how do you do what you do? And I'm like, well, I can't teach you faith, but I can show you, right? Because I'm walking it. I'm living it. I am the testimony. I am doing exactly what people fear to do. And I just do it with ease because once you do it once, and then you trust, just like, a little baby, and they're like, okay, well, jump. And they're like, no. But then when they jump and you catch them, like, oh, so if I do this, you're going to catch me? Yes. So that first time might feel a little weird. I'm not saying that I was never like, oh God, what am I doing? A lot of times I go, what am I doing? But I still trust. I just learned to trust the things that are unseen, the things that I don't know. I just know that if God gives me the whisper and a tap and say, this is the what. Okay, you gave me the what. All right, now once I agree to what you give me, that what you put in my mind, what you put in my spirit, once I agree to that and say, okay, yeah, that's possible, then he will provide the where. Then he will provide the who. He will also provide the how. A lot of times people want to know, well, I don't know how to do it. Well, I can't go there because of this, because of that. I don't worry about any of that. I truly, when I tell you, as I'm talking to you, I truly lean on the things that I don't understand, and I trust, and I just know that it's going to be. So it takes the whole thing of, as a man think of, as a man, it becomes you. It literally is a practice. It becomes you in everything that you do. Once you set it that way, the universe, God, the spirit, whatever people want to claim, it's already there waiting for you. You just have to tap into it. And once you do, everything is already set. You're just going through the motion. It's like once you sign that contract, you said, okay, I agreed to this. When you buy a house and when you buy a car, you agreed to pay this promissory note. Well, when God gives you something, when you're doodling something, a lot of my ideas came from me just doodling. And I believe that when you doodle, that's your spirit giving you the blueprint. Right. And so now all you have to do is just agree to it. You have to sign that contract with the spirit world. You have to say, okay, I'm going to do it. And then all of a sudden, everything starts coming into place. And once you see that happening, it's like, this is blowing my mind. But then you start to understand, okay, then I expect this. I require this because I am this. And then it takes a minute to get to that point. But once you really, truly practice it, just like a basketball player, in order for him to make those free shots, whatever, the free flow, basketball people, y'all know what I'm talking about. In order for them to get the ball in the basket, they have to practice. And they know exactly where to stand. They know exactly how to shoot. They know exactly because they practiced. The first time they did it, they hit the rim and it bounced, and they knew if they moved a little bit to the left or they switched something a little bit, they can get it in. Same thing with track. They know if they run in a certain way, if they lift their legs a certain way, if they pump a certain way, if they breathe a certain way, if they put their posture a certain way. It's the same thing. Yes. It's the same thing. You naturally get better at things that you practice. So I practice this all the time. So before I became a master resiliency trainer, I was already a master resiliency trainer. I didn't need the paper or the certification to certify me because I was already doing that, because I already practiced. Yes. It's so true. I do like the way in which you have worded this, and seeing it through your eyes, through your experience, makes it so much clearer and able to be transferable. What I'm getting here is the fact that you became your hero. Yeah. As though it kick-started this snowball of success going up this time. The trajectory was this way, but it was as though you became this hero
to yourself, to show yourself that you can actually do all things,
Yes.
and then from then on, your future seemed limitless. Now, how have you been able to use this experience? How have you been able to use this experience that completely changed your life in your day-to-day business, in your immediate and also in your future planning? How have you been able to do that?
Wow. I mean, it allows me to now reach the masses. It allows me to now expand my coaching business, my business with helping individuals wanting to understand the power of their story, and they just have a story to tell. This is something that, once again, these are things that I ran from. So my business, it wasn't the business plan. It was like, oh, okay, I'm going to go after this because this is where the dollars are at. No. I literally, my business got birthed out of my story. It got birthed out of my power. And when people, it's like when you become this way, people see it and they're attracted to it. And they're like, wait a minute, I need to understand. I need to be like this. I need some of this.
Yes.
I have a story. I have a story. And I became clear on my position. Like, what I do is it's ministry. Let's just call a spade a spade. It's ministry, right?
Yes.
But it's ministry in the marketplace. So I have to be where people are. And for a good while, like, people would come to me and they'd hear my story, and then they felt comfortable to now finally tell me something that was in their deepest, darkest secret, something that needed to be released and free. And so for a while, I didn't know what to do with that. Because I'm like, okay, I'm not a counselor, although people think I am, but I'm like, no, I'm not a counselor. But I can guide you in a different way. And so God showed me now how to allow people to just, once they're able to tap into that space of owning we hear this thing about knowing your why. Okay, well, knowing your why has to do with knowing your what. Knowing your what. And so once you're able to really extract from that, it'll allow you to really focus on your why. So that's what I've been able to do with my coaching business, and with now allowing, creating these authors now and watching them grow. I'm just their stepping stone for them, watching them grow and now untap this innate awesomeness that was already inside of them. It's so many names and so many people that even that I coach officially and unofficially that I don't even know, the people who watch me, the people who've been impacted by me. And to me, it doesn't even matter, because if that's what the mission is and that's what's supposed to occur and what's supposed to happen, then that's it. So it's literally, it has allowed me to grow it in a way that God sees fit. I mean, it may not be the right business aspect, thing, but for me and where God is directing me personally, it allows my business to grow in a heart-centered way.
Yes. It's at the end of the day, you said, you mentioned about, it's not so much about knowing the why, it's knowing the what, and then the why will then find it. It's quite a different approach, because we've always heard, it's knowing the why. You've got to know why you're doing what you're doing. But I guess in the end of the day, you could say, well, I'm doing it for this reason, or I'm doing it for that reason. But if you don't even know what you're doing, how do you write the vision?
Right. How can you write the vision? Okay. Like, I'll give you an example. So, like, it's so bizarre. When I got on Dr. Oz, and people thought that it had related to, my abuse and all the other stuff. And I'm like, no, it had really nothing to do with that. It really just because I knew my what at the time. My what was, I was about to turn 50. This was a few years ago. I was about to turn 50. I was, not happy with my weight. And I just was like, you know what? I need to go into being 50 and fabulous, not 50 and this, right? That was my vain part, right? But then really the other essence was the illness that I had invoked because of all the stress, because of all the things that had happened to me with uncovering the things and really working on myself. I wound up getting sick. To the point where I was on chemo, where the point I was on prednisone. I had developed all these autoimmune issues, and I was on the same path as my mother. My mother never lived to be past 51. And here it is, I was about to be 50. So now it's like, okay, I know my what. But now my why is like, okay, because of my mother, but my what is because I want to be here for the people who need me the most. If I don't make a change, then I will be following the same path because I was. She had autoimmune issues. She was on prednisone. Like I was literally following her path.
Wow.
And that made me go, okay, I know what I need to do. I need to make this a lifestyle change. It can't just be, I just need to lose the weight for all the vain things I said at first. It's much deeper than that. It's because I need to be here. At this point, I had already started kind of my business. You know, I had already started doing the empowerment things. And I'm like, I need to be here for the people who need me the most. And that's myself, that's my children, and that's my community, my family and my community. They need me the most. So that became my what. And then my why followed suit. My why became, okay, now I know why I'm doing this. I'm doing this for a greater purpose because I know what. It became greater. And so now here's the alignment, because I said I need this to be a lifestyle change. These are the things that literally right time I left, I came down my steps and I heard clear as day. It's like, be ready. I'm like, okay, I don't know what I'm being ready for, but okay, I'm gonna be ready. I'm gonna be ready to make this change. And so once I deciphered my what, I was able to coincide my why and put them together and really be clear on what they were now, but I didn't know how. I was like, okay, but I know I've tried to lose this weight. I've been up and down, but now it just stuck. So now watch what happens. Now I get something from the Dr. Oz show saying they were looking, watch this. They were looking for people who wanted to go into 2020 losing at least 20 pounds and have a new lifestyle. I said, oh my gosh, this is for me. This has me written all over it. So I said, okay, sign me up. How do I do it? So I inquired. I reached out to a producer. It was just that simple. Which people's like, that never happens. I'm like, I don't know, it happened for me. So I reached out to producer. She said, send me something. I sent her a little 1-minute video of really like tapping into this why, my what and my why coinciding together. And out of, I think she said like over 3,000 people put in for this, and I got chosen. Next thing I know, I got a letter saying, show up at the ABC studios for your orientation to be on Dr. Oz. And I'm like, what? And that became a journey. And now watch this. When I first got there, you know, I was put in the back because I wasn't the largest person there. But so, you know, everything is aesthetic. So they had everyone in the front. They were larger. They put me in the back. I was in the back, all the way in the back. So you never really knew that I was part of the show. See, but watch what God does. See, those who are last become first. I was the only one to lose the 20 pounds. I was the one who they started doing segments around me. I was the one they kept bringing back. I was on there for 3 seasons.
Wow.
So, and then while I was on there, now I'm able to really tap into, okay, it's deeper than just losing this weight and doing fasting and figuring out what you're going to eat and exercising and things of that nature. And so on that very last time I was there, right before, matter of fact, my last time on set was right as the world shut down. They were the last production in the last studio in production. Everything else in New York shut down. Except for this show. And I was there for the very last taping of anything in New York. And I was able to, you know, and I said this one thing. I said, well, I knew my why, right? You talk about your why. And then Dr. Oz says, so what's that? So now I can tell the world my why. And I can tell them about me being abused. And I can tell, and to my surprise, they let that stay. See, because it was already destined to be that way.
Yeah. Most definitely. The steps of a righteous person is definitely ordered. What are some of the unique challenges you faced as a woman entrepreneur, woman in business?
Like other women, sometimes being seen as respected as a valid person coming to the table, right? Yes. Because when you're the only one of color, when you're the only woman, a lot of times it looks and feels differently. and the expectations that come from you, or the way they look at you is different. So sometimes those are challenges, but I'm always up for a challenge because I'm like this. If you brought me to the table, I'm here for a reason. So I still serve on boards, and I am the only woman of color. I'm usually the youngest person, and I sit there and I listen to everything that they say. And I invoke and I give them a perspective because I listen. I like to listen. A lot of times, I've learned in the process too, when we do things, we need to learn to listen, to respond, and not react. See, the reaction comes from a lot of the trauma that you've been through. When someone said something and you come right back at them, no, that's because something triggered you for you to snap like that.
Yeah.
But that's when I get to a point and I'll sit back and I'll just listen.
Yes.
Listen. Because now I get to listen, and then I get to determine whether a response is even required.
True. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, because sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. But when the words that'll come out is going to be powerful, and it's going to give them a perspective. Because a lot of times, sometimes, like I said, being in business and then being in these spaces and places, being a woman entrepreneur, being a woman of color, like I said, it does have when you're in a non-color world, right? When you're doing business in that aspect, their expectations of you, it's like, okay, you're here. It's almost like you're kind of maybe a token, but maybe not. But then when you're able to present yourself that you're their equal, it's like, oh, okay. You do know what you're talking about. Oh, you do have value. You do have something. Yes, I do. Because I don't have to prove myself. I'm already at the table. That's proof enough.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's proof enough. If I'm at the table, I've already earned my rights to be here. So I don't have to prove anything. And a lot of times we try to prove that, okay, I belong here. I belong here. No, just be.
Do you think going through the process of introspection, understanding yourself and strengthening yourself to become not just a champion for yourself, but also a champion for many others, helped you with being able to manage yourself in that environment? And how did it?
Gosh. Yes. Because like I said, this has been a long work. This has been a work. I had to do a lot of work on me. I'm just going to be honest. I had to do a lot of work on me.
Yeah.
And I'm still working on me. It's an ongoing thing. I learn new things about myself all the time, right? Because I still have a lifetime to go. I have a lifetime of things to undo and a lifetime of things to learn and now remaster, right? So yes, I have learned in the process, because I have, like I said, another person, when I did the Sister Soul check on, she used to always say, she's like, Carolyn Wilson is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
And I used to go, who? You talk about me? I was like, okay, all right, yeah, But it wasn't until, like I said, when you start digging and you start really working on yourself and you start going, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this does make sense. Yeah, I am a force to be reckoned with. Nice. However, I don't have to come at you like, yeah, don't you know who I am? No, no, I don't have to do that. It's because it's not required. My who I am is going to precede me. You're going to know who I am before I even walk in a room. Yeah. You're going to know who I am once I'm in the room. You're going to know that I was there even when I left the room. There's going to be a difference. There's going to be a shift in the whole atmosphere whenever I show up.
Yes.
So I don't have to remind you who I am. I just got to be me, and you'll know. You'll know.
It does mention that, in a wise book, that he or she who has no control over their emotion is like a city without a fortress. So, this goes back to some of the things that you said and gives us a different and fresh perspective on business, on entrepreneurship, on the aspect of fear and the limitations that prevent people from succeeding.
Yes.
And it seems to me you've approached it from a very different, because often it's very regimental, it's very textbook, but you've looked at it more from an internal perspective, where you have to sort of do a lot of soul searching, understand who you are so that you can be strong enough
to
stand.
Yeah. But the thing is, people don't want to hear that. They don't want it. They want the textbook stuff, but that's what happens. So yes. And as we are here, so listen, I'm just so excited that here you go, you're back. So I was trying to fill the gap in a little bit. So, but no, you're correct. You know, and having my MBA, you know, I had to go through a lot of textbook stuff, and that's what we want. We want textbook stuff. We want how-to manuals. Oh, I'm kind of giving you a how-to manual, but it's not the manual that you want.
Yes, it's not. People will always reject what seems like a longer route, what seems difficult.
Yeah, they want the path of least resistance, but that's not always the best path.
Yes, true. Okay, well, you know, I have to thank you once again for such an insightful interview and so much information and so much depth of thought, and you know, to be able to go away and sort of meditate on. Just one more question about you. What is your mission? If somebody was going to ask you to iron out in a few words, what is your mission? What is your mission?
Thank you. Yes, my mission is to literally help men and women around the world overcome this number one culprit that they have, and that's fear. Because fear keeps you from doing the things that you should be doing, and it has you doing the things that you shouldn't. And once you can overcome that major obstacle of fear, once again, the world will become your oyster, and then you are in the right path of your divine assignment that has been given directly to you.
Amazing. Thank you so very much for coming on the show and sharing your insights and your understanding and your wisdom with all of us. I think we've grown quite some watts just listening to you. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I so appreciate it, and I value your time. Thank you.
Wonderful. And Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. Amazing. Didn't we have a good time just listening to her and gaining so much wisdom from her? What an amazing interview. And of course, you know, we're now going to talk about some of the things that keeps us going in this Black Business Expo. And of course, the Black Business Expo is on a mission to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may, if you want to know more about it, you may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com. That's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship funds or to use the Cash App that's on the screen below, which is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Now, every dollar that you give counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for the month of July 2025. And those are NC100, Moody Capital's Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Maggie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essential, Malaine Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box. Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarships of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Janet Butler, and I am the owner and founder of Crafted Right from the Heart LLC. I'm an author, a poet, a writer, an educator, and a motivational speaker. You can find all of me on social media platforms, all of my works, and my books can be found on Amazon. Simply type my name into the search engine. Now, today I'm your business moderator for the afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. Now, we have speakers from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community, sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. So today, I will be doing a fireside chat with Mrs. Carolyn Wilson.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful and
Now we'll have Mrs. Carolyn Wilson. Please join us. Hi, Mrs. Wilson. Thank you for joining us.
Yes. Hi. How are you, Miss Butler? Listen, so now the roles are reversed. So
Yes, it is. I got to sightsee a little bit earlier. I love that.
oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. So let's just learn a little bit about you. So tell us a little. I was trying to, while we were waiting, I was trying to pull up some information. So tell us a little about who you are.
I am a mother first and foremost, and I'm an author, a four-time published author of poetry and quirky quotes and affirmations. The last project I did with my brother, my daughter, and my niece, so it was like a family effort. So we had a great time with that. And I'm also an educator. I work in the school system as a reading specialist. So I do lots of little different things and crafts and arts and things of that nature.
Oh, wow. So tell me about the passion, because I'm hearing I love the quirky, because I'm a little quirky too, you know, and behind all the power there's some quirkiness behind.
Yes.
Right?
Me too.
There's some quirkiness. So what made you want to do the whole focusing on the quirkiness? I've heard about poetry but it's this quirkiness that's so unique and so cool. So let's talk about that.
Well, that came from my grandmother. I have to give her all the glory for that one, because she always had all kinds of little quirky sayings. I was sharing a few of them this morning from my book. And the one that always sticks with me and makes me crack up, and everybody else, is from the root to the toot to the boot. Please don't shoot. And every time I say it, I always end up giggling. But it's one of those things where we're out in the country, and so you have to protect yourself. So she was out in the country, and she had to protect the family, and it's all children with her because the men are out working, and my daddy was a long distance truck driver.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of her favorite little sayings. And just some of the things that she just came up with, like, where in the world did you think of that from? And so I would always ask her the meaning behind it or the purpose for saying it. But it was just something that she just brought up mind-wise, just, thought of on a whim. Wow. So I kind of was that in my little diary, my journal, because I was a journaler too. That's how I came about with my published books.
Yeah, and that, you know what, I find that a lot, that same thing, coming up with your book, usually sometimes it comes from out of your journals. I think that's very powerful. Now I also heard you say, you're an educator, which thank you. So, school year is about to start. So thank you for being an educator and inspiring. I'm assuming it's great. Is it like for youth?
It is for youth. I have the elementary grade level, so I'll be servicing students in K through 5, but more so on the side of me being a reading specialist, I'll be building capacity within the educators or teachers and
Okay.
working in that role.
Yeah, no, that's very important. And this one, I was going to say the youth but that's very important, especially with the way our school systems are, and then with the learning that the kids are doing, especially within the pandemic. I don't know, maybe this would be something. I know you have your poetry side, but I know because the school year is starting, and anyone that's watching, what are some of the things and pointers that you can maybe give to some parents for their students who may have a learning difference? And child, I have a student with my daughter has a learning difference. Matter of fact, both my children have learning differences. So I kind of understand that aspect. But coming from an educator standpoint, what are some of the things that you can share with parents out there with that they can set their children off to a right start for the school year?
For me, I always tell parents just to get actively engaged with the process of the school system. Know when they're in, know when they're out, know what their schedules are like. If they're struggling readers, get the assistance and support that you need because there's so many resources out here. But always be an advocate for your child first and know that you are that first advocate, that first point of contact. So it starts with you and it starts at home. Start reading anything. I don't care what you pick up at the newspaper. Of course, those are obsolete, but hard books. I love those. Turn pages. It could be just a quirky quote, from any book. Small, short poetry, rhymes. And I love to start off with rhymes because they love to hear that.
Yeah.
And just starting with their names, writing the names, knowing the letters in those and the sounds that represent those letters. So it can come from different angles. It depends on what type of support you need. But my biggest thing is be an advocate for your child. Reach out to the school system first and foremost, because that's where most of the day your child is going to spend most of that time with those teachers and educators. So once they give you a point of contact or some sort of resources to use, actually implement those, use those, ask questions, keep pulling for other resources because we have so many things that teachers and parents can share, but keep that bond, that communication open.
Yeah, no, that's some really good points because, like I said, as the school year is starting and we're still, we're in this post-COVID and things are still different, right? And it's being an educator, you've definitely seen that firsthand. But I like, and this actually was one of the things I was thinking about, and you just kind of segued into it. Just this balance, because we are part of this business network. I just want to put a shout out there for the kids, because this is for the kids, and just to make sure that our kids are on a great start. But here it is from the business aspect. You still work, you still have this profession that you have, but then you also have this passion. And I did hear how it connects because you just said, you invoke them to use quirky quotes and little rhymes and poems. And so is that where your passion and your purpose kind of coincided for someone? Like, what can you tell someone who's kind of they're doing something, they have a profession, but they have this passion? Sounds like you've been able to perfect both, being a 4-time best-selling author and being able to be an educator and just really doing both. So how can you talk about that?
Again, it all goes back to my grandmother, paying attributes and homage to her, because I was sitting on the phone one day with her, and I'm like most people, I start my life off not knowing what it is I want to do because people think you should have it figured out by a certain age, and you don't. You really don't. But I went through all the stages that I'm supposed to go through because everybody thought I looked like a nurse. I care for people. I'm compassionate, so I should be a nurse. I went that route. That was definitely not for me, and I knew it. So I got my certificate. I got my degrees that I was supposed to get. I did everything I was supposed to do, but I knew that was not what my heart was. That wasn't my calling. So I started substitute teaching. And while I was doing, I was telling my grandmother my spirit was restless. I don't know what it is I want to do. I don't know which avenue, which direction to go in. I just know this is not it. This is not my end all be all. And so I sat out of school. I stopped. I said, I'm not wasting anybody's money. I've gotten a certificate. I've done the degree. I just have to sit out and really think about it. So she thought about it, I guess. And when she called me back or we spoke again, she says, I was thinking about what we talked about the last time. You love teaching. You love kids. You're already substitute teaching. And you love paperwork. I don't know who in the world loves paperwork, but I do. And she says, why don't you become a teacher? And it was like the light bulb went on. But then it went right out as soon as she said it and as soon as I accepted it, because I did not want to do another 4 years of schooling. I said, there's something has to give. And my thing is, I wanted to do it with fidelity and authenticity. I really did. And so I talked to my advisors and I went over there. I said, look, I really want to do this. I'm passionate about it. I love it. I'm already in the system. do I really have to go through all 4 years? Is there some way that I can have some credits account and the on the job experience? And I was like, well, no, not so much now. You got to do da 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 da. So I did the da 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 da. And I said, well, look, I said, it's still not working for me. I said, it's too many years. 4 years is just like a prison sentence to me in some ways. So I want to do it, but is there another plan? So let me come up with this. So I spoke to my advisors and I said, if I can hang on to about 28 to 38 credit hours per semester, are you willing to allow me to do that if I keep a certain grade point average, which was a 3.0? And she said, absolutely. And she just looked at me like, it's not going to happen because you're not going to be able to do it. Just the look. She never said those words, but she did give me the autonomy to do that. She overrode some of the classes, the hours and everything. And I went to college with 4 babies on my hip, and not one of them belongs to me. I had my nieces and my nephews. I had them in the strollers. I had them walking beside me. I had my backpacks. I had the carry-on bags for them. I put them in the back of the room, told the teacher what was going on, that I was babysitting. My siblings needed this time to do what they needed to do, but I was bringing them with me. And if it was a problem for anybody in the classroom, by all means, let me know, and I would not bring them back. I set them in the classroom. They did what they were supposed to do. Our breaks, changed diapers, gave bottles, got my education, came out in a year and a half, and stayed on a 3.0.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know that was a lot.
That was a lot. Wait a minute. It almost sounded like me. I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm determined. When I hear no, to me, it's a challenge for me to see what I'm out here, what I can do. And I take it as an acronym. So it's new opportunities. It's never no, that's my final answer, or no, you can't, because I will and I shall.
There you go. Not right now. No,
not right now.
Not right now. Not
That's
right now.
right.
Not right now.
My time will come, but rest assured, I'm still going to do it. And my journey is so different from anybody else's. Like you said, you're quirky. So am I. It doesn't seem like it, but like I said, I was a select mute for a number of years. I turned my voice off, stopped talking. So for me to be on this platform and this arena, speaking to people and trying to empower people and inspire people, and thinking about how I used to be, looking at the floor as I walk, counting tiles, looking at the ceiling, anything except make eye contact. And here I am today, 4 books. I'm a mother. I was a wife, been there, done that, loved it, every bit of it. And now I'm a single mother. I'm not a single parent because he is actively involved at all times. And I'm doing my thing. I still have my career. I'm going to be a flight attendant when I get through on my retirement. So I got it planned out.
Okay. Listen, nothing like, listen, it said, those who fail to plan to fail. So,
absolutely. And I always have a plan, and it will come through.
Have a plan.
It may look different from what I planned, but it comes through.
It definitely comes through. Well, I am just, so it's been such an honor to have this fireside chat with you this afternoon. And I really hope that people were able to get some nuggets from you. And congratulations for having a voice and being able to stand tall and be this beacon to inspire other people. Like I said, to get people to understand, the value of what they need to do for their children going into the school year so they could be successful. To also share with someone who's maybe struggling between, their job that they have and their passion, and trying to figure out how to do both, and finding that thing that interconnects them both. And I think you did a very great job at doing that. And what a great example that you are doing for your community, for the people who follow you, and for your students. So I just want to say thank you once again. It's been such a pleasure having you, being able to do this fireside with you. Tell everybody before we go how they can reach you, and how they can best get your books that are out there.
Well, my books are all found on Amazon. You can use the link of bit.ly, bit.ly / CRAFT Craft Right. Or you can just simply type my name into the search engine once you get to Amazon, and all of them will pop up there. I'm also on Etsy, so you can go choose my name, or either you can do Craft It Right, and that also pulls me up on Etsy.com.
Okay, awesome. Well, I know that you may continue, but I know that I will leave. So Genius is coming, and I know I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, ma'am. Genius is common. And I thank you so much for having that time with Mrs. Carolyn Wilson. Today, we're going to bring on Mrs. Ida Marie Briggs. She is a multi-talented woman who expresses herself in many ways. She is an inspirational entrepreneur who designs clothes. She writes books and plays. She speaks internationally, and she's also a coach to many people who have experienced trauma and is on a journey now as she walks confidently in her direction of life on her destiny using what I got. She's also part of the Authenticity Facilitator with the Norma Hollis Group. She empowers people everywhere she goes, this time on purpose. Let's meet Mrs. Ada Marie Briggs.
Did you know that our black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join us. www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you.
How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world.
Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is TrueSo, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us today. We've had wonderful chats out here. We've had fireside chats. We've had interviews talking about our Black business, our Black owned business, talking to entrepreneurs, talking about businesses and how to be a business owner. We've talked about all kinds of things today with people all over the universe, pretty much all over the states. So I want to say genius is common, and I will definitely see you on the other side. But before I go, I want to promote some of the things that we have out here today. Talking about our scholarships. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for our high school seniors that are going to college or a K through 12 entrepreneurs. Now, this expo is a fundraiser for students. Now, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use our Cash App that's on the screen below. It has a $sign BBXUSA. Please go ahead and donate to our funds for today, because every dollar amount counts. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 deserving students. They can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that address is www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Now, every dollar does count, so I want to remind you to donate to that scholarship fund. Then I'd like to thank all of our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for the month of August, the year 2023. They are as follows: NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche, that's a coaching and training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shania Global, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Forces Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. And remember, genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. So thank you for joining us today.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave it inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that being put on display for people that are looking at them. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I said, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, to dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there's an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors in my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go in and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combined both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome. Obama.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Eartha Watts Hicks. I'm the CEO of Eartha Tone Books, publisher of Love Changes and The Planner is a Girl's Best Friend, as well as a freelance writer and editor and PR writer and affiliate for blackpr.com. I am your business moderator this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And I am your next speaker. Now, I am the creator of A Planner is a Girl's Best Friend. So let me tell you a little bit about my background. Eartha Watts Hicks, who's me. Initially, I've been journaling. I took my first journal writing class at age 11 as part of a gifted summer program. So in that regard, I had been keeping sort of a diary since about the age of 11. And I also went to college on a scholarship as a business student at the age of 16. So having started college at the age of 16 put me in a very unusual space in that I was a very involved student. So as a student, I was part of student government. And my title that I've held for like 3 years was Vice President in charge of transportation, which meant that I was responsible for the transportation budget for the university, for all shuttle buses going on and off campus, the ones that met the Nassau County buses, as well as the buses that met the Long Island Railroad in Hicksville. So in that capacity, I designed the bus schedules, and when I designed the bus schedules, the original ones that I designed were pencil and ruler, as in all the little boxes. I made them across the page with a ruler so that they all lined up evenly. My goal was to make the SUNY Westbury's bus schedule look exactly like the Nassau County bus schedule. So in that capacity, I was very deliberate about being very precise with it. And I had no idea that that skill would ever benefit me later on. This was just something I thought to do, or knew to do, or was determined to do. So part of what I had done with SUNY College of Westbury and their shuttle bus service actually led me to become a designer of these planner calendar books. Now, fast forward, one of the other jobs that I had while at SUNY Westbury was at the age of 18, I began working in consumer banking. I was a collection agent for the retail card services division of a bank that is now defunct. It's called excuse me, it was called Manufacturers Hanover. We used to call it Manny Hanny for short. But it was Manufacturers Hanover, and I was a bill collector for the pre-litigation higher bucket. We used to call it pre-litigation higher bucket. So I would get those people right before they charged off. And I didn't like that job because I had to be mean. But in that space and in that responsibility, I learned how to be careful with my credit, what it means to pay, pay your bills on time. I was very good with my credit cards, especially in college. I was very good with it, with doing my bills, and I had all my credit card numbers memorized and the 800 number. If I needed to call customer service, I had that memorized. I had the addresses to where my payments were sent. And this was back in a day when we didn't have all this information on our cell phones. This was back in the day when if we had a problem with our credit card, we had to make a phone call. And if we wanted to receive information about our credit card bill, we had to wait for the bill to come in the mail, snail mail. There was no email, digital, anything. And this was also back in the day, if and when you had a problem with your credit card, you can call and dispute and make a complaint and call customer service. But in order to protect your rights, you had to write a letter. So this was all stuff that I had learned while serving as a bill collector at Manufacturers Hanover. So I had started using planners actually in Manufacturers Hanover because at the time I was 18 years old. I was student government vice president in charge of transportation. I was captain of the cheerleading squad. I was also a resident representative. I was working a full-time job. And then I was also at the same time, I was a full-time accounting student at SUNY College at Old Westbury. And that first scholarship that I received was peanuts. And I'm just going to be totally real about that. The first and only scholarship that I had gotten from SUNY Old Westbury was, and it wasn't from SUNY Old Westbury, it was a Regent scholarship, which might have been $250 a year. So understanding that I had no financial aid other than this $250 per year, what I did was I was determined to pay my own tuition. And I had done that with the help of the bank job because they had tuition reimbursement. So they guaranteed me that for every A that I got in my classes, they would pay for that class in its entirety. So I was like, okay, well, they'll cover the cost of the courses. So what I would do was I was determined to get an A in every class possible. And then I think if it was a B, it was 80%, but I was determined to get as many A's as possible. So I had a very high GPA while working full-time, going to school full-time, and being on the executive board at SUNY College at Old Westbury and all of these other little committees and things that I was a part of. And I was also a peer mentor, and I was the mentor of the students, and I had all of this going on while I was 18 years old. So in order to make all of this craziness that was my life fall into place, I had purchased a planner from American Express, which was ridiculously expensive. It was leather bound and it was $80 back in 1988. 89. In 1989, this planner was $80. So I paid for this leather bound planner with silver edge and a nice silk ribbon. And it was beautifully done. It really was beautifully done. And I think the value of the planner might have been worth more than the $80. I think that was the American Express members price. And that was the price that I had gotten. And this planner helped me keep everything in order. It helped me to remember all my class assignments and to turn them all in on time and to keep track of all the phone numbers. Because back then there was no cell phone where you could, just go into your cell phone and pull up a number. We had to either remember everyone's phone number or have it written down somewhere. So I had a catalog of all the phone numbers that I needed, all the addresses that I needed. And plus it had a place for me to do my bills. So that was that helped me keep my life together. So after that, I saw, I don't know where I first saw it, but it was the Virginia Slims Book of Days, which was a nice little petite little planner that was branded towards women and women's empowerment. And it was so beautiful and had all these gorgeous models and everything. And my only, I'm gonna say regret, even though it wasn't really a regret, but my only quirk, or the only thing that bothered me about this particular planner was it wasn't branded towards Black women. It was branded towards just, America, the American woman, and the vintage American woman, and in the bustle and the parasol and the whole bit. And I used to think, I would love this if it featured Black women that look like me, or if it spoke my language or spoke to my culture. So I loved it anyway because, of all the planners that were in existence, they were just basically calendars. It was your week-to-week calendar and your monthly calendar. And this was a planner that gave you, it was a cross between a planner and a magazine. So I connected with it. So I connected with it because I liked it better than I liked the American Express planner, which was like a cross between an encyclopedia and a planner. So like once you see that encyclopedia information over and over again, you're like, yeah, it becomes stale. But the Virginia Slim Book of Days, they did a different planner every single year. And they infuse stories of women and women's empowerment and all the great things that women in America have been doing. But everything had a cigarette. So every woman in the Virginia Slims planner had a cigarette. And I was like, I don't smoke. But my coworker who sat next to me, Jeannie, she smoked Virginia Slims, and I used to hound her for her UPCs so that I could order this planner every year. So in a way, she's part of the inspiration too, because if the Virginia Slims Book of Days is part of my story, and so is Jeannie. But to go a little further, my planner is branded towards Black women, right? So it's the planner is a girl's best friend planner. And it's a planner, date book, calendar, journal. So there's room for you to plan out your month. There's a weekly timetable where you can write out your week and write out your weekly schedule, your appointments from 4 a.m. in the morning until 12 midnight. Now, I set those times myself because I wake up at 4 in the morning. I'm a writer. We wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. We write from 4 to 6. And that's what we do. It's a way of life. So that being the case, the schedule is there set that way for people that wake up early, people that have small children, people that are caring for a sick or aging relative, and who need to be able to pencil in times from early in the morning until 12 noon. And I could have done it 24 hours a day, but I didn't have that much space on the page. And also too, most planners that you'll run across don't do that particular timetable. I think I'm the only one that I've seen that stretches out the day per hour that way. So I do a weekly timetable. When I do the month at a glance, I give space for a monthly budget that runs alongside of the month for your expenses. So like here's where you would write your month, but right here along the side is where you would write your expenses. So these planners are for people who have goals and who want to put them down somewhere, who want to keep them written. A plan is just a plan until it's written and until you put some action to it. So this helps me to prioritize those things that I need to do, to get them done, to prepare for those things that I need to do, and to just, it's a catch-all first and foremost. There were a number of years where I was a stay-at-home mom, and I was mildly addicted to QVC and the Home Shopping Network. So rather than spend all my money on the Home Shopping Network and QVC, I used to say, okay, I'm going to write down the item numbers for everything that I just absolutely love. And, you know, me just understanding how I was as a shopper, I would write all of these item numbers down. And when I gave myself enough time, those particular things that I had written the item numbers down for, you know, the thrill would be gone after about 2 weeks. You know, I would lose interest in that whatever thing that they were speaking so passionately about. So I would go back and look like the next month. Am I still thinking about, you know, that pave 2-carat diamond ring from the Home Shopping Network? You know, and then the next month it'd be a 3-carat, you know. So I kind of noticed, you know, how the trends went, especially when it came time to purchase a computer, because you know, I would write the features of the computer down because I didn't know anything about computers, and they always made it seem so technical as far as the equipment, what the equipment had, what the equipment needed. So, you know, those details and specifics of the different things that I wanted to purchase, I would make notes of it in my planner. And that was when I was a stay-at-home mom. You know, of course, when I had things scheduled for the kids like karate or ballet class or football, you know, I would schedule out their games and schedule out their practices and the things that I needed to do and take care of or purchase. Or like my thing too back then as a stay-at-home mom, but just keeping track of the sales. Like, oh, well, that doll she wants is at Toys R Us, but they have it cheaper at KB Toy Store. And then the KB Toy Store on 34th Street may not have it, so I may have to go to Brooklyn. So these were the kind of things that I used to kind of make very diligent notes on, you know, to get things for my kids, everything from their school uniforms to, you know, whatever toy or book or program or whatever it was that they were involved in. I gathered all that information into what was like a computer. You know, the way that we use computers is the way that I use these planners, but the difference is I can carry my planner around in a purse. I can keep it with me. My most important notes are at a glance. They don't disappear. And the battery doesn't die. So if the battery dies on my cell phone, I'm out of luck. If the battery dies on my computer, I'm out of luck. But if the battery dies on my computer and my cell phone, and I have a copy of my planner in my purse, all of that pertinent information that is important enough for me to write down will be right in that planner. So that's the benefit for having the planner, you know, that I've noticed. Now, I have planners for adults, which is the planner is the girl's best friend, which is the first one, the whole launch of the series, because I initially intended this to be, you know, for women, just a planner branded for women. And that's it, right? But then I did the Everyday Excellence Student Planner in partnership with Soleil West, who was she was a professional model since she was about the age of 3, and by the time she hit about maybe 8 or 9 years old, she was on the runways for Fashion Week, Palm Spring, New York Fashion Week, and she had done a fashion show. I believe she was 8 or 9, where she had modeled in a orange goddess dress. And it's the most beautiful dress she'd ever seen a little girl model. And she's on this runway and she's literally floating across the runway. And not only is she floating across the runway, she's floating across the runway with natural hair, in all of her melanin glory, 100% black, 100% beautiful. And her walk is on a 9-year-old, but it looks like a 9-year-old Naomi Campbell. So she was so amazing in just that runway show that she was getting hashtag Black Girl Magic, and she was getting tagged by celebrities and tagged by everybody. Black Girl Magic, Mullen and Poppin'. She was, I mean, for the year that was her experience, her video went viral with over 10 million views inside a few months. And that's how I connected with her mom. Her mom had reached out to me to do a press release. So I had done some, I think I did a couple of press releases for her, maybe 2. But I had did a press release for her, and working with her, I mean, the family is remarkable. I mean, the family still, I mean, they're remarkable. They're a remarkable family for one, what they do with the work with Soleil that instills so much Black pride, and just her in her print work, just to see a little Black girl looking like a little Black girl and looking fabulous, that it was a pleasure to help her. And I had asked her to be the cover model for the Everyday Excellence Student Planner. And incidentally, Soleil West was an excellent student. So it just fell in line. And when I designed the Everyday Excellence Student Planner, I'm gonna say I went to town, as in everything that I wanted little girls to have access to or could think of within that tight space of time, I put in the planners. I wanted them to know about why it is important to know how to write your signature. Why is it important to be careful with your check writing privileges? What is a check? How do you sign a check? How do you endorse a check? I gave them a diagram of.
Did you know that our Black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all Black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So we want you to come and join us. www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology.
Welcome back. I'm Eartha Watts Hicks. I am your moderator this afternoon, and right now I am getting ready to do a fireside chat with Ms. Carolyn of United Providers of Health. Welcome, Carolyn Mayer. How are you?
I'm well. How are you? It's such a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Hicks, and thank you so much for having me today.
Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. Can you please share with our viewers how you started your business journey?
Well, United Providers of Health was started about 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, and our goal was to address the social determinants of health. Social determinants of health in North Carolina is considered housing, food, transportation, and interpersonal violence. And so what we do within United Providers of Health is we engage the community in order to address these barriers to health care, and also just health equity in general. One of the ways that we do that is through our IPA. It's an Independent Providers Association, and we partner with other providers, healthcare providers, as group home owners, you see primary care physicians, independent providers, therapists, consultants, and network together in order to fulfill the needs of a community, either in mental health or either in primary care or substance abuse. And we teach them and show them how to use this new method called collaborative care. So we also have a high reference laboratory in Bethel, North Carolina, and we partner with other clinics to process their samples. So we're able to, again, utilize our network in order to provide healthcare resources, healthcare needs to a underserved or rural community.
Great. Now I know that the Before I ask that question, what inspired you to create your own path in the industry?
Well, my parents are both entrepreneurs, and they instilled in me and my other 9 siblings that entrepreneurship is the way of life for generating generational wealth or legacies for our family. And so that's what I learned since 16. I was on invoices for my father and knew that's what I wanted to do, was to be an entrepreneur. In this field, healthcare allows us to, and allows me to venture out into different avenues. So if you're servicing a community for health, and to improve their health, we're able to go into food, we're able to go into housing, we're able to go into mental health, we're able to go into interpersonal violence, a way to treat and maintain. So it allows me to utilize all of my gifts that I've learned from an early age of entrepreneurship and collaboration and understanding what processes, how to utilize processes and quality. So that's what really inspired me to do what I do is my parents.
Wow. And what is your mission exactly?
Is to build communities and build communities in rural areas, underserved areas. I think that means finding additional resources and providing access to those resources, um, provide education and training, and then going a step further by actually investing in the city and to improve the economic development there. So in town, so that's our goal is to build communities in a healthy, non-threatening way and also a collaborative way.
Oh, that's wonderful. Can you tell us about a pivotal moment that led you to this mission?
Um, it was a great question. I would say that moment was really, it was our first, actually, a partner of mine, my partner in business. We were working on, I'm sorry, obtaining a contract. And I just decided that it was time for me to go out on my own, and begin to trust in my own, um, the knowledge that I've gained, and just in my own strength. And that was, I guess it was about 4 or 5 years ago when it kind of hit that I can do this, and just went after it. I don't know if it was a particular moment, but just a realization of working on something and then saying, okay, what do I need to get this done? And then actually doing it, saying that I am going to do it.
All righty. Well, I mean, I think this is wonderful. And knowing that there's a Black woman in the space of healthcare and administration, especially with our community being impacted by so many different health, I'm going to say health, not necessarily health issues, but there's so many conditions that particularly affect our community. Um, does does your network provide a list of where people can access Black doctors, or have a way of identifying which Black doctors um, can meet their needs? Carolyn?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Did you hear my question?
I did not. Could you repeat it?
Oh, sure. Does your network provide access to a listing of Black doctors?
Hmm. We are we obtain new members every year. And so one of our partners or colleagues, they are putting together a resource network, a resource book, if you will. It's not necessarily African American owned providers or doctors, but it is a resource book. And so we do have a network of different members who will be able to provide all sorts of things.
Okay. And what are the tangible benefits of being in this space and being in the business that you're in?
Well, one is collaboration. We're able to collaborate with almost all providers. So you're learning each other's strengths, and you're able to work with someone where you may be weaker or you may have challenges, and being able to receive finances for that collaboration. I think that's the most tangible aspect of what we do, and allowing the network and us to be able to service a larger geographic location. because of the network. I think that's a huge benefit, and each of the members are able to utilize that network as well. Learning different providers, being paid from that knowledge of what each member does, and then being able to utilize the have no balance with geographically as far as reaching a new target market. So I think those are the three items that allow businesses to scale, and that's what we pride ourselves in being able to do, especially with minority businesses and small businesses.
And what are some of the challenges that you yourself have faced as a woman entrepreneur?
Hmm. Um, I sometimes not being seen. Um, you're you can be overlooked, and that happens infrequently. Sometimes people don't even realize they're doing it because they're accustomed to males leading and males being in that role of authority, and so it's difficult for them to even embrace a woman in authority sometimes. And I think what I've learned most from watching other women leaders is really seeing that sometimes you when you hear people say you can't let them wear you down, what that means is you can't. For me, what it meant for me was you can't allow how people see you to determine how you're going to act or behave or even decide. So you have to maintain who you are, the integrity of who you are, own that, because that's what got you there is you being you, and lead. A lot of negativity, a lot of looks, um, but and then the overlooks. So those are some challenges of being a female in leadership. But that's what makes us stronger, and that's when you're in charge is when you get that type of behavior. So if it's not challenges in your life, then you won't have growth. So it always humbles you and maintains your growth.
Wow. I mean, that's remarkable. And just from your response to that question, that tells me that you handle it all so gracefully.
Thank you.
Can you please elaborate on some of the success stories or transformations that you have experienced simply by being in business?
Um, is winning every day. That is being able to get up, being able to receive your value as far as monetarily, favor, being able to walk in places and being recognized for what you do. Um, so um, it's it's a process, and every day is a process as far as being successful is how you perceive things. And so I consider life as precious, a very precious commodity. So being able to wake up, I don't want to waste my breath, my time on frivolous things. And so you just have to have, for me, that perspective on what success is, what it looks like, um, and my health, my family, grandchildren, being able to see them every day and talk to them. That's success for me.
Wow. And I think that one aspect of your success that I think that you overlook is that your dedication and commitment to what you do
Mm.
impacts the quality of life for others, because you simply can't live the life you want to live when you're not healthy.
True, very true.
So, and creating these spaces and opportunities and access for Black people to have better health, I think that is a field that does not get the credit it deserves, and it's a field that can enrich us all if we just pay attention to it.
Very true.
Some of us
Very
are
true.
still learning, but
Every
it
day.
yeah, but it's so important. And with health, we don't really understand the importance of health until we have an issue with health. So I commend you on all that you do.
Mhm.
Um, Now, collaboration is often key in the business world. What type of collaborations have you done?
All types. We're now working on some specific mergers I can't mention with some local businesses, but are huge in their area because it's in a rural area. Different providers, again, with our membership, we are always looking for or accepting organizations who are in healthcare and who want to collaborate with others and grow their businesses. So we're now building a grocery store, and that requires multiple vendors, multiple contractors. People are coming to us every time that we're in the area as part of the build. Is when you're going to be finished, we'd like to partner with you. We'd like to do this. We'd like to do that, and it just happens organically, especially in for the grocery store world. So all types, and didn't know that it was going to be this way or it was going to what I do was going to allow me to start branching out in so many different areas. So I'm just grateful for I guess the upbringing that I had to prepare me for where I am, and it you never know what how you're going to use whatever happens to you when you're younger as you're growing, and then as you continue to go on this journey called life, and you say, oh, now I remember why I had worked at literally why I worked at Food Lion when I was 19 years old to learn about the grocery business, and that's what I'm utilizing today.
Yeah. It's like every part of your journey contributes to your growth, and you don't realize that. Not until I, I don't think I realized that until recently.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
it's life is amazing that way.
Yes.
Now I know that you there are some partnerships that you can't mention because they're ongoing or they're developing now. But
Yes.
are there partnerships or significant partnerships from the past that you can kind of mention?
We did partner with the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. We were a part of securing um, resources to rural and underserved areas during COVID. And that was a 2 year partnership that we well, actually turned out to be 3 years. That was very instrumental in allowing us to continue the work in the community. And we also work with um, we work with some other organizations and governmental organizations that was very beneficial to us as well.
Wow. Now, the empowerment of women in business is a crucial topic today. How does empowerment of other women in business contribute to your own professional growth?
So let's see. It's funny. My mother was one of my role models. My father is the other, and I worked for her for 14 years. Well, about 18 years, counting the years that you don't count. But and her work in mental health and also in residential home building. She was a builder as well. Her leadership and being under her tutelage was one that was just and continues to be just the epitome of what a woman who's empowered is. And her and my father divorced, and she had to start over. And watching that process into her owning her own business and growing it to become self sufficient again on her own. And that was the biggest experience for me as far as how to network, learning how to network, how to own who you are, how to lead, um, and how to really network um, with other businesses, and learn truly what integrity is, and doing what you say. So her life was a life of empowerment and just really helping others in business, and in or out of business, and just to support. Sometimes and I saw her just be there for people. Sometimes you just need people to just be there, and she was one of those people that showed up. And so it's sometimes not monetary, just having someone to come to when you're speaking, come to when you're opening up, come to when you need somebody to just you don't want to say I need to borrow some money, but can you come buy a couple of items so that I don't have to ask? And so just being that to different women in business, I learned more than what I've learned in any corporate position.
Wow. And I think what one thing that you said just now stands out as so crucial to me, especially now, the importance of apprenticeship,
Mhm.
and having apprentice served as an apprentice to your mom, the purest of all leaders in your life. I
Mhm.
think is major, and it's something that people nowadays don't really see the value in. Do you have young people that work with you and apprentice under you, or that you mentor?
I don't have anyone that I mentor now, but I do work with our digital team. They are much younger than I, and when I went to a class and realized again, just to get some extra knowledge, and realized that I was the oldest in the class, and I'm just not used to that. And so seeing how quickly they're able to adjust to this new world, this new technology that we have, and seeing how they were brought up in it. So it's not a learning curve for them. They are just rolling with it. And that what I said, okay, I've got to have that in my business. I've got to be able to tap into these young people who are, they're trendsetters, and they're definitely our future leaders. So I've got to be able to tap into that energy, tap into that knowledge, and continue to grow my business. And so North Carolina now is learning slowly the benefits of diversity. And so that's what we want to continue to do in our business, is to show and practice what we preach as far as being diverse. It doesn't mean just race, is age, is gender. And so we want to continue to show that we are diverse and we are on top of all of the trends that's happening now. And we can continue that allows us to continue to scale and grow because of that knowledge and that untapped energy.
Wow. Wow. And I think that I think that in that space you're not realizing the importance of what you do, and how you have the full range or gamut of experience of doing things grassroots, of building from scratch, as opposed to putting the digital plugs in place.
Mhm.
So that I think that's like a whole set of skills that
Mhm.
encompasses a project. So I feel that in the marriage of the technical and the technology, plus the grassroots and the way that I'm going to say our generation has done things, I think that once we combine the two energies, it broadens what we can offer. So I think that's,
Absolutely.
yeah, I think it's amazing that you've identified that, and that you work with your tech team to kind of disseminate, and that's amazing.
Mhm.
Now I'm only going to assume, because it seems like we've all had our doubts and our setbacks, but can you please talk about some of the challenges that you faced?
Mm, first challenge is always being underfunded. That was huge. When you're operating out of a space out of need or desperation, it clouds your judgment, and it allows it kind of doesn't allow you to really be free to be creative, to think, to invent, to be innovative. And so we that was a huge challenge, was getting over the hurdle of how do we get this business to a place of growth to where we can really be everything that we know that we can be. And and so that grind, that everyday grind, that hustle of just finding the yes, just looking for the yes. And that, being underfunded presents all types of challenges. So not being able to get health care, not having the time to kind of spend with your kids, not able to just prepare for the next meeting properly. You're rushing everywhere. You feeling pressure from every corner. It seems as if, and your back is up against the wall all the time. It's just and so. That was tough, and it happens longer for some, for others than it does for someone else. So um, some people have their struggle for 10, 15 years, 2 months, 6 months, whatever. It's still struggles. So that challenge of just being underfunded and the grind is always, that was the hardest, but most fulfilling when you get that yes.
Wow. I mean, one, thank you for articulating that. I know I've been feeling it. I just never put it into words. So that was wonderful hearing what I felt expressed through you so eloquently. So that's marvelous. Um, Now I want to ask something, and I want you to explain. Um, Nowadays we have urgent care everywhere, on every corner. Can you please explain the importance of primary care as opposed to urgent care? Because it's not the same, and we don't understand primary care is not urgent care until we have an issue. So can you please explain?
So urgent care is, I'd say, it's the a fix for emergency health, and it kind of reduces the burden of wait time. It reduces the burden of having to drive 20 certain miles to a hospital, and you can go to get urgent care from one of those locations, a fast med or urgent care center, what they used to be called. And it was, again, a fix. It was a solution or alternate for going to an emergency room. So that's how we kind of look at it, look at an urgent care. When you have a primary care, and that primary physician is the person who takes care of your whole body from head to toe on a regular basis. They are able to provide you with specialists to work on things that in areas where they cannot reach on a deeper level, and they have a better knowledge of specific items within your body, and so they will refer out to a specialist, whom they are comfortable with for you, and they're able to provide that specialist with the care that they have done for you, for generally your adult life. And that's what a primary physician is. That is and so all of your records and your information is held with that primary care physician. So what we do now, because this is the future of healthcare, as far as collaborating. So all of your specialists, all of your different doctors, all of your different mental health physicians as well, all of the different types of physicians, specialists who are working on your body, including your eyes, your ears, your teeth, your dentist, all of those specific providers would need to know from your primary care how you've been doing. And so our network allows for It's called the Independent Providers Association. It allows for all of the different providers to receive funding from working together and improving your health. So how it used to be when you go to the emergency room or urgent care, those two different doctors did not speak to one another.
Right.
Definitely did not speak to the primary care.
Right.
So if they were doing something, you happen to run in, the primary care is like, what's happening, and it takes a long time to get information. But in this new world, this is called the collaborative care model. And what the primary care does is ensures that all of the providers are talking to one another, and ensuring that, this is how the provider gets paid, ensuring that your health is improving. If it doesn't improve, then there isn't any payment. So the federal government and now the state understands is going to that new payment model because they want healthier communities. And that's what I do, is build healthier communities by addressing all of those social determinants of health.
I have never heard that before. I have heard that there is no profit in the cure. So hear that, they're changing the model of what healthcare is. That is huge.
Yes, they because the communities are dying.
Yeah.
And they're not talking to one another. And now they're saying, the federal government is saying, we can no longer pay you physicians based on units, based on the time that you're spent. We want to see health outcomes, better health outcomes. So we're going to pay you now when a person improves. Now, what type of incentive is that? It's a win-win for everybody. The physician get healthier patients, the community gets healthier patients, which means they can go to different businesses and buy food. They can stay healthy longer. No more out time because you're sick. It just builds communities all the way around. And I think this is a way that the government can build that trust back with the community. And this is a great step forward, and trust in all shapes, forms, and fashion. We have, America has a very dark history and with diversity. And so by saying we want to get you healthy, we want to keep you educated in the simplest of forms, where we're not controlling you, we're just saying we'll pay you more if they are healthy.
Yes.
So I think this is a huge step for the government. I think this is a step forward for America in showing and proving we are better than what they say. We are able to work together as a unit. We can do that, and we, as this big entity, the government, and who governs your life, we want to show you that we do care, and it's not all bad all the time. We're not perfect, but in the areas where we can improve, we are doing that. And that happened initially with the Obama administration. I mean, started with him, and then Hillary, was the driving force for insurance, which, if you remember, she was campaigning on America needs free health insurance. Way before she was talking that when she was during Clinton. So that was a Democratic initiative. So they just continued with that initiative, and now it's with the federal government, Centers for Medicaid and Medicare. So less political, and now more about addressing social health, social determinants. So trying to relate it, I know it's a huge subject, and I know it's very foreign to a lot of people, but just wanted to kind of bring attention to what we're doing with the United Providers of Health, and how we plan on moving forward with addressing the social health disparities in rural and underserved areas.
Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Listen, we are running out of time, so I'm going to start with Eartha. Eartha, give us your contact information.
Oh, great. You can connect with me across social media at Eartha Tone, so EARTHATONE. And my website is aplannerisagirlsbestfriend.com. So connect with me, and my books are on Amazon, but please buy them from my website.
I love it. And Miss Mayo, please give us your contact.
Yes, you can reach me at cmayo@upoh.org. Our website is upoh.org. Our Instagram is upohnc, hashtag upohnc. Our Facebook is UPOH, United Providers of Health on Facebook. So thank you for having me, and I'm looking forward to returning.
Ladies, thank you so much. Genius is coming. We'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Charles Kithcart of African Diaspora Maritime. I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This afternoon, we will be speaking with Crystal L. Gunn. She's a visionary financial strategist dedicated to liberating the Pan-African community from the shackles of financial bondage. With over 2 decades of experience, she's transformed countless lives. With a bachelor's degree of business administration from Michigan State University, Crystal's career commenced in mortgage banking and management. But she soon ventured into public speaking, authoring, coaching, and activism. As the founder and CEO of the Amazing Woman Network, Crystal spearheads a social enterprise focused on reclaiming personal power through the mind, body, and spirit. She also serves as a president of AWAN Cares, a nonprofit with several transformative programs that address critical social issues, and president of the United Community Solutions, which is dedicated to strengthening, stabilizing, revitalizing, and rebuilding communities, transforming them into thriving centers of opportunity. In her role as the host of the Amazing Women Speak podcast, Crystal provides inspiring and uplifting conversations for Black women worldwide, fostering a sense of empowerment and unity. Additionally, Crystal embraces the responsibilities as chairman of the Detroit Black Chamber of Commerce, passionately advocating for Black businesses and propelling them forward to success. Her people-first approach is epitomized by the words of a baseball legend, Jackie Robinson. "A life is not important except on the impact it has on other lives." Crystal's unwavering beliefs and transformative impact have garnered her recognition, including the prestigious 2023 Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award, solidifying her legacy as a catalyst for positive change and empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, Crystal Gunn. Hello there, Crystal.
Hello there.
That's quite a life you've been living.
It is.
Well, we're gonna give you the floor here, and we are waiting and inspired to hear from you. And genius is coming. We'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Great day, great people. I'm Crystal L. Gunn, again, financial strategist, speaker, author, coach, CEO, and amazing woman. I bring you greetings from Detroit, Michigan. And so thank you all for being here today. And I'm truly honored to bring a word to my people all over the world regarding a crucial conversation that not only affects our economy, but the lives and aspirations of countless individuals and communities across the globe. But before we delve into the heart of today's discussion, let me take a moment to really introduce myself and share my journey on how I got here. A little over 2 decades ago, I was vice president of a credit union in Pontiac, Michigan, which is a small, predominantly Black city about 25 miles north of Detroit. I was the only Black vice president in the entire Oakland County chapter of credit unions, so I was often the only Black face in the room. From there, I got married, and my husband and I started a mortgage company, had a beautiful baby girl, and we got divorced 5 years later. I still ran the mortgage company until it just wasn't working. And then I opened a tax franchise, and it was a mess. But I learned a lot. And I see now that it was part of my journey. But back then, I had no idea for what I was being prepared. And after that, I did another business with a friend. And in 1 year, we grossed under $1 million, but the industry was so volatile, and we closed it after about 18 months in business. From there, I was lost, depressed, and didn't know what to do. And I was having dinner with a friend of mine, and I was in full pity party mode. And he listened contently. And when I was done, he looked me dead in my face and said, "Crystal, your story's not special." And I was taken aback. He said, everybody is either going through something, about to go through something, or just coming out of something. He said, you got knocked down, but that's not what defines you. What defines you is what you do now. And that was part of the problem. I had no idea what I was supposed to do. But he gave me some instructions, and I went home and I did as he instructed. I had a praise fest. thanked God for everything he had done for me, for everything he was about to do for me. And I asked him, what was I supposed to be doing? I also said, God, use me as you see fit. And when you say that, be prepared to be used. I don't think that anyone or any one thing could have prepared me in that moment. It was the journey that came prepared to fill the assignments I had been given. The downloads were immediate, but they were really, really big picture. Unite and empower Black women globally, which I found laughable at the time because my life was in shambles, or so I thought. It was in that moment that the seed for the Amazing Woman Network was planted. It was that same friend who told me, Crystal, walk your journey and you will be surprised at who you inspire. That was some 17 years ago, and no truer words have been spoken because I stay surprised and I stay grateful. With 5 companies that I own, 3 board positions, and quite a few community impact programs, people often ask, Crystal, how do you do what you do? And it's simple. I stay in my lane. I operate under the pillars that were given to me that night so long ago. Empowering Unite Black women globally, reclaiming our personal power, mind, body, and spirit, reclaiming our financial power, and increasing our social involvement. So from my podcast to my nonprofits, it's all about personal healing, financial healing, and community economic development for the Black community, and I stay in those lanes. So as I go through and I talk today, there's a question that I want you to remember. What is your lane and how do you have greater impact in it? So let's just get started with some US statistics. There's 3.12 billion Black-owned businesses. They generate $206 billion in annual revenue. They support 3.56 million US jobs. Only 23% of employer firms are Black-owned. Black wealth in the US is 24,000 and white wealth is 7.8 times higher at 188,000. Access to capital is the biggest hurdle for Black businesses, and the Black unemployment rate is higher than all other nationalities in the US. And so you hear the same terms after year being tossed around, and promises made and solutions being created to help. Affordable housing, access to capital, diversity and inclusion, billions pledged, promises made, and feel-good gestures like statues and renaming ceremonies done. But we don't need another program. We don't need another promise, and we don't need another statue. But where do we go from here, Black people? Black business, the future, and what I call the Black CIA. Now, it's not that other CIA, but we need Black CIA. Collaboration, integration, and automation. Black folks have invented everything, designed everything, built everything, done everything, and yet too many of us are still just surviving. We trail in all nationalities, behind all nationalities in too many instances and industries. Our past trauma, where legitimate, is keeping us apart, giving us and keeping us from thriving, keeping us from operating in the greatness that was assigned to us. When I say us, I'm speaking about individuals and businesses. I'm speaking of us as a collective, as a force. No one is coming to help us thrive. We have to do it ourselves. We need to foster an environment where the growth of Black businesses is not merely an aspiration, but an expectation, where supporting Black business is the first, second, and third option. We have to build a nation inside of a nation, and our nation, this nation of Black people, is global. If we don't, there is no Black business in the future. Collaboration, integration, and automation. And with this comes domination. We must dominate in the industries in which Black people are the biggest users and consumers. We must also dominate in those industries that cannot be totally replaced by artificial intelligence. So we, as a collective, move from surviving to thriving for generations to come. It is our duty, and there is no option. Last year, I decided to build United Community Solutions. Well, I didn't decide to build it. I was pushed to build United Community Solutions, whose mission is to strengthen, stabilize, and revitalize low to moderate income opportunities through financial education and community economic development. We do this through my community impact program, which is based off of one thought process: a rising tide lifts all boats. When we go into a community, it's my goal to have positive, notable impact on over 70% of the Black residents and Black business owners in that community. We go to be that rising tide, and this is accomplished through collaboration, integration, and automation. So collaboration is defined as the action of working with someone to produce or create something. Business collaboration is the process of businesses working together to achieve a specific and shared goal. It can be a short-term or long-term arrangement connecting business entities. I knew when I started United Community Solutions, I didn't want to do all the things a community needs. And I also knew that there were other Black organizations serving these communities. So collaboration was going to be a key part of my business model. Collaboration for United Community Solutions looks like this. In one way, we collaborate with other Black businesses in the community who also serve the community. So when we go into a community, I'm looking for those other Black-owned organizations who do things United Community Solutions doesn't do. But we all know, all skin folk and kinfolk. So meetings with those business owners is crucial to determine if they are serving the community or using the community. And from there, working out MOUs to define what collaboration looks like between us. The second way is collaboration with other Black business owners to provide services to us or for us. For example, our workshops or sessions, we always provide refreshments. My initial preference is Black-owned businesses with locations in the community or Black businesses owned by community residents, but the physical location may be outside of the community. Should options not be available, I extend my reach to businesses in other communities we serve. And if there's still no options, I leverage businesses in the Detroit Black Chamber of Commerce. The third avenue of collaboration manifests within our small business training initiatives. We illuminate the potential for businesses of similar nature to unite, demonstrating how we can jointly undertake projects, events, and tasks that surpass their individual capacities. This allows for a mindset shift from viewing each other as competitors to recognizing the value of camaraderie and mutual support. They recognize that they now have allies. And the fourth avenue of collaboration involves the practice of bartering. We guide small businesses in the art of exchanging services with other businesses within the community. And so throughout this process, across all avenues, our approach encompasses not only discussion and instruction, but also the embodiment of collaboration through our actions. We actively demonstrate how this synergy operates, illustrating how business can leverage it to foster their own expansion. Countless opportunities exist for each of us to thrive, and collaboration stands as a conduit for business growth, subsequently enabling the employment of more Black residents from the community within your organization. Collaboration can be a powerful catalyst for business growth. And here are some other ways businesses can expand by collaborating with others. So joint ventures and partnerships. Forming strategic alliances with complementary businesses can open new avenues for growth. By pooling resources, expertise, and customer bases, businesses can tap into new markets and expand their reach. So as we're working in different communities, we're also building a bridge between those communities. It doesn't matter how far apart the business they are, because United Community Solution is the connector. We are the bridge. And eventually, the communities which sit in between those communities will be connected as well. If you can't find someone in your community to JV or partner with, you have the bridge to connect with other communities. Also, co-marketing and cross-promotions. Collaborating on marketing campaigns with other businesses can provide mutual benefits. Sharing audiences and leveraging each other's marketing channels can increase brand exposure and attract new customers. Supply chain collaboration. Businesses can collaborate with suppliers, distributors, and logistics partners to optimize their supply chain. Streamlining processes, reducing costs, and ensuring timely delivery can improve overall efficiency and customer satisfaction. Similar businesses can come together to order products collectively, which means they are purchasing now at reduced cost, which means bigger returns on investment, which means more revenue to grow the business. Innovation and R&D partnerships. Joining forces with other businesses for research and development can accelerate innovation. By sharing knowledge, technology, and resources, business can develop new products or services that cater to evolving market demands. And shared resources and cost sharing. Collaborating to share resources like office space, equipment, or even administrative services can lead to cost savings. This allows business to allocate more resources towards growth initiatives. There may be 3 companies and they all need an administrative assistant help, but the need isn't enough to warrant a full-time admin assistant. But these 3 businesses collectively can utilize one admin assistant, and of course, we will recruit that person from that same community. Remember, successful collaboration requires clear communication, aligned goals, mutual trust, and out-of-the-box thinking. When businesses synergize their strengths, they can create a win-win situation that drives growth and innovation. So now let's talk integration. So if you Google business integration, you will see a ton of definitions, but integration in its simplest form occurs when people separate people or things are brought together. You've heard the term in business, vertical integration, which is a business strategy in which companies take ownership of 2 or more key stages of the supply chain. A vertically integrated automaker, for example, might produce automotive components and vehicles and also sell directly to consumers. Horizontal integration is when a business grows by acquiring a similar company in their industry at that same point of the supply chain. When we think of the smaller and micro Black businesses, vertical and horizontal integration may not be financially possible, but there is a third way of these companies to benefit from integration, and I teach it and I call it JV or partnership integration. Consider 2 event planning firms. Individually, their resources or access to funding might be insufficient to acquire, for instance, a business specializing in tablecloth and chair cover rentals. However, when combined, their pool capital becomes substantial enough to establish a joint venture, a tablecloth and chair cover rental company. As time progresses, their accumulated funds allow them to either acquire or establish a manufacturing company to produce these products. Now they enter the market as suppliers to supply other companies tablecloth and chair cover for their businesses. This effort showcases an innovative approach to both horizontal and vertical integration. Above all, their deliberate approach involves actively seeking out Black-owned tablecloth and chair cover rental companies, extending assistance to those companies in building their operations, capturing market presence, and sharing knowledge about similar integration strategies. Each one, reach one, teach one. You become a rising tide through integration. Now let's talk automation, and more specifically tech and AI. So a couple months ago, the Detroit Black Chamber of Commerce had our annual State of Black Business event, and I had the pleasure of sitting on a panel with 3 brilliantly dope Black women. One of the panelists made a statement. She said, every Black business is a tech business. And so your product or service may not be technology, but if you have phones and computers, you're a tech business. Embracing technology is crucial. Black entrepreneurs must tap into the digital revolution, whether it's developing innovative apps, entering e-commerce, participating in the tech industry, or using technology for automation, allowing you to streamline processes, tasks, and increase revenue. When I was establishing United Community Solutions, I knew the pivotal role that technology needed to play within my business model. Given our focus on community service, our managers often need to operate directly within the community rather than from a conventional office space. I intentionally steered away from incurring expenses associated with traditional office setups. As a result, we lack an administrative assistant in a physical office. Instead, our operational model is profoundly reliant on technology, ranging from scheduling and phone communications to video calls, document uploads, reporting, and the utilization of a centralized database accessible to all staff members. Technology is of utmost significance for my company. There is, however, 2 sides to the tech coin. Side A offers opportunity to reduce overhead expenses by implementing automation and diverse technological solutions. Conversely, side B presents a distinct scenario. For startups or relatively young enterprises, incorporating automation might not necessarily entail workforce reduction. However, for well-established businesses, embracing automation could potentially result in staff layoffs. This is a crucial consideration, I believe, as you navigate the transition toward a more technology-driven approach. Moving to more automation may now give you an opportunity to consider integration, horizontal and or vertical, where it may not have been an option before. And please consider using staff who would be displaced due to the automation in your new companies so that their final destination isn't the unemployment line. Lastly, under automation, let's talk about AI, artificial intelligence. And as you integrate artificial intelligence in your business operations, it's imperative to revise and enhance your company's guidelines and procedures. This step is crucial to establish a comprehensive framework that delineates the acceptable and appropriate utilization of AI within your organization. A clear and well-defined set of guidelines ensures that all stakeholders understand the boundaries and possibilities associated with AI implementation. Updates should include how AI is integrated into decision-making processes, addressing potential ethical concerns, outlining data usage and privacy protocols, and establishing channels for regular evaluation and adaptation of AI-related policies. By consistently updating and communicating these guidelines, you not only promote transparency, but also foster a culture of responsible and effective AI deployment, ultimately aligning the technology with your company's broader objectives. This is also a great time to give thought to those AI-resistant industries, such as creative and culinary arts, counseling, training, and personalized services. As more non-Black owned businesses are sinking everything they have into tech, Black entrepreneurs can capitalize on these AI and automation resistant sectors that prioritize human touch. This gives way for more possibilities of collaboration and integration. Part of the community economic development model of United Community Solutions is to help community residents, especially the younger generations, come together to start automation resistant businesses. I'm currently in the process of creating a comprehensive strategy for lawn and garden services, enlisting individuals from age 16 to 40 for a specific community. The strategy revolves around the creation of a company owned by the enlisted residents. This endeavor is more than just bringing a group of kids together for lawn mowing. It's about unifying diverse individuals and ages to collaboratively construct all facets of the business. This spans from determining the various roles and responsibilities, setting forth guidelines and protocols, to facilitating training in conjunction with seasoned industry experts. The emphasis lies on embedding principles of collaboration, integration, and automation right from the inception of the venture. The advantage rests in the fact that they possess a captive audience because their community is already acquainted with the initiative and harbors a vested interest in supporting the business concept that is not only community-based, but also Black-owned. Once operations commence and gain momentum, the scope expands to encompass engagement and cooperation with individuals from other communities served by United Community Solutions. The blueprint is replicated across other industries and that might be resistant to automation, creating a cycle of implementation and refinement. This approach enables the generation of new enterprises, fostering the expansion of existing ones, which in turn can provide employment opportunities for local residents. Through this initiative, we wield the power to affect transformative changes in the people's lives. In conclusion, remember, collective efforts birth real solutions. The future of Black business isn't a solitary voyage. It's a shared commitment to crafting an inclusive and prosperous world for generations to come. We must build the nation inside the nation. Through collaboration, integration, automation, and unyielding resolve, obstacles transmute into opportunities and illuminating the way to a brighter future. I leave you today the way I started, with questions. What is your lane? And using collaboration, integration, and automation, how do you update your plans to have greater impact in those lanes? Will you be the rising tide, lifting all boats in the communities in which you serve? Together, we can build a world where Black business thrive and have greater impact, allowing us to not only inspire, but secure our future generations. Thank you so much. I would love the opportunity to connect with you because we are better together, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
Hello, Miss Gunn.
Yes, sir.
So we've listened intently to what you had to say, and this is very important. I loved learning the statistics about the wealth that we have and what we need to generate. Sometimes people, we think we're succeeding as individuals, but if the group isn't succeeding, we're in trouble.
Correct.
Now, I have some questions. You may have answered some of these, but let's go over them. If you've answered them, we're going to jump right to the next one.
Okay.
I think we know, but just generally, why did you start United Community Solutions?
You know, sometimes we get lost in what we're supposed to be doing, and something has to serve as a reminder. And ironically enough, pre-pandemic, there were 3 of us, and we had formed United Community Solutions. Pandemic happened, and it just kind of went along the wayside. And last year, someone said to me, Crystal, you need to open your own agency. And I was like, no, I don't want to do that. And he says, no, I really want you to do that. And I want to connect you with someone down in Daytona Beach. And I said, okay. So I went to Daytona Beach, and we had this conversation, and which lasted like 6 hours. And 4 hours into that conversation, I said, you know what? I said, I understand right now why I've held every job I've held, why I've started every business I've had, why I've received every download, why I went through everything that I've gone through. It was for what I'm supposed to do from this moment on. And
Right.
It was United Community Solutions. And then there's further confirmation, because I love how God in the universe works. He was taking me to the airport, and we had called someone who we didn't get in touch with while I was there. And he said, hey, give me, let me send you her number. And so he looks in his phone and he says, but I have 2 numbers for you. And I said, well, what's the other number? And as he read off the other number, I kind of sat back, and he said, well, what number is that? I said, that's the number to the mortgage company my husband and I had 20 years ago. I said, I've been in your phone for 20 years. So it was like further confirmation that, listen, you were given this thing to do. You forgot about it. And here's this reminder. So get back to the work of doing and building community.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay. So how easy or is it difficult for you to carry out the mission?
So it's easy when I don't get in my own way. Because oftentimes we get in our own way. When I want something to happen quicker than it's supposed to happen, I'm also a firm believer in nothing happens until the exact moment that it's supposed to. But then I get in my way, and I want something to happen right now. And I have to sit back and I remind myself. So when I stay in that flow and knowing that this is what I'm supposed to be doing, and everything is going to happen at the exact moment to happen, it becomes easy. And so oftentimes we just get in our own way and make things harder. So as long as I can control that, it stays pretty easy and pretty consistent.
Control the controllables.
Right. Exactly. Right.
And don't go crazy over things that are out of your realm.
Exactly.
All right. Now, what part of the UCS gives you your greatest joy?
I think that would be seeing the impact on the individuals. Because
Right.
when they get it. And whatever the it is for them, because the it is different for everybody. But when they get it and you see that light bulb go on for whatever it is, personal finance, personal, self-love, self-worth, self-care, or their business, when they get it and I can see that they get it, that gives me the greatest joy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What are some of the common challenges you face while trying to improve financial literacy and promote economic development in the community?
Mindset. And I think probably every business owner can attest to that. It's mindset, changing the mindset so that they can flourish, right? Because we've been conditioned to accept less. We've been conditioned in the trauma and all of that. And so, when we can go in and work with somebody and they stay connected and you see that mindset shift, that's the good thing. But that is by far being able to change that mindset, because so often we think, one, we know it, so I don't need to show up to an event, right? Or they think I make good money, right? And yet over 70% of the people in the US are living paycheck to paycheck. Or there is that thing that I'm embarrassed because my situation isn't what it's supposed to be. And I always tell people, give yourself some grace and mercy.
Sure.
And you know what I mean? Or it's, I don't want to show up because I don't want people to think that I'm having financial troubles, when really you're coming to get more information to help take you to a next level. So it's those things. So being able to shift the mindset to get people to tap in and to stay connected, that really is probably the most challenging piece.
Sure. And I think that when you gave out the statistics, it helps us to understand that we don't hold the wealth. We have money coming through, but we're not holding on to it.
At all.
At all.
At all.
So there's a lot of different ways to work on this. So the financial education to make it accessible and impactful to the community, as you reach out to them, does the light bulb go off, or does it need to be repeated? And how are you getting this out to them?
Yeah, so the light bulb doesn't always go off the first time, but I'm big on encouragement. I'm big on, talking and speaking life into other people. So when they come, they recognize, one, that they're in a safe space, right? And they're getting the positive encouragement, and we laugh. And so it's not just this sterile, I'm speaking to somebody. It's we encourage the input from the people in the workshops, right? And then we make sure that they're accessible. So in my whole program, it's about going into a specific community and having impact in that community. Now, anybody from anywhere can come to a workshop, but we try to go in and have major impact in the community. So we do the workshops in areas in the community so that it's easy for them to get to. So, and again, just trying to make sure and drill down that how they got here. If they feel like they're failing financially, it's not their fault, right? Because we weren't taught these things, and we know that that was by design. But when they come and they get the tools and the resources to make themselves better, it's the saying, well, when you know better, and people say you do better, but really it's when you know better, you have the choice to do better.
Understood.
And some people choose to, and some people don't. So yeah, I think our approach is a little different. But we definitely go in and try to make it a fun experience and help walk them through the process. So it's not just about throwing up information on them, but we're going to talk about a serious and a specific thing, and then give you direction on how to implement it into your daily life to help your financial relationship.
Absolutely. Right. It's customizable, given the fact that everybody's living under the same parameters. You own or you rent, so you're still paying out a mortgage, you're paying for utilities, you're paying for food, and it's the same thing.
Yes.
And I'm going to give you a little thing that I've noticed. I ask myself, how much are we as the people spending on the lottery?
That doesn't come back and make our schools any better.
That doesn't come back and make our schools any better.
Right. And if you would spend that money betting on yourself instead of the lottery, you would be 10 times better.
Right. Right. So we've got ourselves in a situation, I think, where if we added up the numbers, there's a lot of money that just trickles out, and you have to ask yourself, how much is Newport or Cool or the lottery doing in community outreach initiatives or whatnot, even though we're the number one buyer of these products?
Of everything.
Of everything.
Of everything. We're the number one buyer of it. I actually did a workshop yesterday, and I was one of the speakers at someone else's workshop. And one of the other speakers says the average home has over 300,000 items. We're buying too much stuff that has no value.
Okay. I'm, don't look over my shoulder. I mean, I got to have something. But
No, we do, but I never say don't buy the things. However, it's like, how many things do we need?
these are very good points. I think that what I've noticed is that now here I am in a suit saying this, but the truth is I don't have $3,000 suits. I have $300 suits.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized that I didn't need a $3,000 suit. And here's how I realized it. I took a look at my wallet.
That's a quick way to realize it.
I realize you don't need a $3,000 suit. Yeah. And I think that sometimes we have the peacock syndrome where we want to look good as we step out so other people can say that this is a sign of wealth. And I've noticed that a lot of wealthy people don't have the peacock syndrome. Now, they don't look bummy, but they don't try to look, and we don't need to adopt that. We can have our own style, but
sure.
Sometimes we think that we have to look like we're going to a Vegas show, and we really don't.
And we really can't afford it.
And we really can't afford it. So this leads into something that you gave us these questions. I'm feeding them to you. Mm-hmm. It says, how do you ensure the local community's needs and preferences are reflected in the design and execution of your financial education program? But before you answer, I want to give you a little hint that you're going to have to shift them away from what the preferences are. Otherwise, they wouldn't need you.
Correct. And so it's not so much of their preferences, but what's the thing that they need. So when I go into a community, I can't be arrogant enough to know what they believe they need, right? Sure. Now, when it comes to financial education, I know there are things that we all need.
Sure.
Right. So they're going to get that. But then it's also, what are these other things that they want to see? And so we go in and we take inventory in that community, right? And that inventory looks like a survey, because we really want to hear. Now, if there's more people that say that they need or want credit over banking, well, they're going to get banking, but they're going to get credit sooner.
Sure.
Right. And then you also find out the other things, because a lot of times people sit in silence. We suffer in silence, again, for that embarrassment mode. Right. And so what is it that you need, and how can we connect you to organizations that may provide what you need, because we don't? And so we build it off of, and from a economic development standpoint of bringing businesses to that community, what do you all want to see in the community? A lot of times you go into these Black communities and you have residents who've lived there for years. Well, they've seen the highs and the lows in that community. What do you want to see come back? And how do we formulate the plan to make that happen?
Fabulous. Yeah. So I've noticed something just on my own, and I tell people this all the time, that you don't, just basic businesses that are in other communities, you can look and say, if we just open up the same businesses in our community, then this is simple, right? And George Jefferson lived in a deluxe apartment in the sky, and he just had a cleaners.
He just had a cleaners.
So sometimes we need to start looking at that and seeing who has become the cleaner, the grocer, the liquor store owner, the fingernail owner, and so on and so forth. And maybe we just need to take them and recapture those.
Because every one of those communities those businesses that you just mentioned, other nationalities now own them. And they come into our community and take our dollars out of our community back to their own.
So we are a wealth generator for everyone else.
Except us.
Except us.
And we are targeted because everyone else knows that.
So everyone else knows that. So what we have to do now is have some clear, coherent plan.
Correct.
And I think that you're going to be at the forefront in this, because it's obvious. And I've asked this question, and I'll just ask it to you. Where would we be if we just started from the year 2000 and had all the NBA players invest $100,000 in the neighborhood in which they grew up to start a business. Just one less Ferrari, one less Porsche, one less gigantic Mercedes or BMW. And just think of those. Forget about pro football. Let's just do. And so we have to look at this and say, this is the legitimate point that has to be made. So speak on that. I'm just going to reach over and let my dog out. We still live in
Absolutely. And so you said it's, one less car, one less Ferrari, one less gold chain. And actually for most of them, it's not even one less anything. They still can do all of the things that they were doing and buying all of the things that they want to buy and still contribute that $100,000. And if they did that,
right,
which is something so simple, if they did that, we would be light years away from where we are right now.
Yep, keep going.
Yep, when I look at home ownership, for example, we own less homes today than we did in the 1960s. And why? And it really has nothing to do with the prices of homes, because the prices have gone just ridiculous in these last few years. But it's intention. And for those, specifically those Black athletes, you have to have somebody managing your money that cares about that neighborhood that you grew up with. And if you don't, they're not even going to suggest to you that you give that money to those people in the neighborhood from which you come.
Or I'll even take it a step further. They warn them not to invest.
Correct. Absolutely.
And so, but I think what we're really looking at is, I mean, if anybody's noticed, there's gray hair here. And so what I've seen is that our wealthiest and most adulated people are in their 20s.
Mm-hmm.
I just would imagine, what did I know in my 20s compared to now? And so we're having the athlete as our potential financial savior, but they're not intellectually matured into the moment of understanding this. Now that this is here, you realize it.
Mm-hmm.
So now we've got to get. I appreciate the billionaires that have, the one gentleman paid the mortgage, the tuition.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Fabulous. But if you're sitting on $1 billion and you say, what about 300 million to start and 100,000 per business, and then that would do it right there. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a number situation if we can understand these numbers. All right, let me see here. I'm gonna jump ahead.
Okay.
And how do you collaborate with other organizations or local stakeholders to foster economic development within the community? And having asked that, I'll let the dog back in.
Okay. So it all starts with the data collected from those surveys completed by the residents, right? And when we look at the economic development based on the needs we discover through the surveys, we then can create a plan. And what businesses are not in the community would residents like to see, again, and trying to go back and build those. And so collaborating with those other organizations. I said earlier on, I knew when it was time to pull the trigger for United Community Solutions that I didn't want to do everything. I didn't want to supply all of the needs that a community needs. So how do I go in, and I have to figure out who's in that community first, because we want to work with organizations in that community. And so what organizations, Black owned and non-Black owned, but that service the community, what do they do? And how can we direct individuals to them that we don't do, and them direct individuals to us? Now, there may always be some overlap, and that's cool. However, what do we do, and how do we work together for the greater good of the community? The other piece of that is I always like to go in and try to build relationships with developers. So whether it's commercial or residential, because if I can build relationship with those developers, so let's say it's a residential developer. Well, it's people that live in this community that are renting now that may want to own, or they want to rent a better place. Well, let's create that pipeline through that collaboration, right? So, and then whatever other small businesses, again, when I do workshops and clinics, we're always serving food, who are the local chefs in that area that can do that. So it's all of those collaborations, but trying to keep the efforts and the dollars inside that specific community.
This is brilliant, Crystal.
Thank you.
Now, listen, we are up against it time-wise.
Yes.
I'd like you to do me a favor.
Okay.
I'd like you to give us your contact information.
So I'm going to give you two. crystalgunn.com. That's just my general website for me. I'm actually going to give you three. And then there's unitedcommunitysolutions.org.
Okay.
And then I love to meet, talk to, and collaborate with people. So if anyone that's listening and seeing this want to connect with me, go to crystalgunn.me and schedule an appointment.
Fabulous.
Yes.
Crystal, thank you so much. We know it. It's true. Genius is common. I'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So everyone, again, this is another wonderful situation where we're hearing great information to make us a better community. So I want to promote the scholarship. You know, the effort of the Black Business Expo is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBXUSA and make your donation. Our goal is to give laptops to up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. We want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our sponsors for Black Business Expo: NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common. I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens,
are young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today